for we second time these two countries will be playing against each other in an over-50s cricket World Cup game. New Zealand won the previous game by 20 runs. So just on behalf of Redham, welcome. We've got a great morning, an amazing backdrop. We look forward to hosting you and also watching you guys do what you do best and play a great game of cricket. So thank you from our side at Redham House, Constantia. You guys may exchange the banners. The coin toss has been already done, and West Indies have won the toss and will bat first. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like all of you to be upstanding for the playing of the national anthems of both countries.
Attention letter means 4 as opposed to 2 there.
Brought us here to this region, but through it all, we have risen above. Through our flooded nights, flashing their willow and leather, these keepers of the flame must feel our undying love. This Caribbean nation is rising fast. The sunbeam hot and
Scott.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Redham House, Constantia School, Cape Town, South Africa, for this round 4 clash between New Zealand and West Indies in the Over-50s Cricket World Cup. My name's Jim Morrison. I'll be here with you all day, along with the lovely folks from Pitch Vision, Janine, Sherry and Doc. And we'll be bringing you this coverage of what proves to be what promises to be a really exciting match. Two teams have the same record going into this game, 2-1, 2 wins, 1 loss. And this will be a vital match for both sides in what's a very close Pool A. As you can see, West Indies are batting. They won the toss and elected to bat first. New Zealand would have batted first too had they won the toss, but they were happy to field as well, given that both of the matches played here so far, one of which was a warm-up match, have been won by the teams batting second. So wherever you're watching this coverage, welcome. You may be back in New Zealand where it's about 9:15 in the PM, or perhaps in the Caribbean. I have no idea what time it is there. Maybe it's a bit too early in the morning for you, although you may have been out liming all night and coming in to watch a bit of Over-50s cricket. In any case, wherever you are, I hope you enjoy the game today. Here's Mike Harrow opening the bowling to Ishwar Mirage. Oh, and he beats him first ball. There's a shout for a caught behind. Very confident from the New Zealanders. Umpire says no. The New Zealand wicketkeeper can't believe it. Yeah, all the New Zealanders very confident, and Mirage may have been a little bit lucky there. More confidently in behind this one. So, good start for New Zealand, but not successful in the wicket department. Ishwar Mirage is a good player. Played one-day international cricket for Canada. In fact, he holds a world record, that of the slowest 50 in a one-day international match, which I believe he scored against South Africa in the 2003 World Cup. He was playing for Canada, so it was a very good effort for him to get 50 against what would have been a very strong South African attack in those days, the likes of Pollock, Donald, and Tini probably, Cullis. He managed to get himself a 50. Lives in, or hails from Trinidad, as do many of these West Indian players. And he's off the mark, and so are the West Indies, with a little dab down to third man, or third, as I believe it's supposed to be called these days. I'm finding it a little bit hard to adjust, so if I slip back into the old terminology, forgive me. And that's the end of the first over. Just that one off it from Mike Harrow. Good start from him. The first ball was an absolute jaffer. Beat Mirage and may or may not have taken the edge. It's an absolutely fantastic setting here at Redham House School. It's a little bit further away from most of the grounds that we've been going to, right at the end of, I don't know what it's called, the southern suburbs, end of the southern suburbs. And it's a very nice private boys' school. Not cheap to send your son here. And it's a beautiful facility, lovely outfield. The building that you can see in the distance there behind the sight screen is the United States Consulate. Okay, Richard Petrie will be bowling to Vijay Sionarine. He's an aggressive player. He's played quite attackingly in his opportunities at the top of the order so far in this World Cup. Also a very accomplished spinner. Ooh, swing and a miss, so he's not wasting any time to unfurl those attacking shots of his, but doesn't make any contact. Looks like a good pitch as well. Beautiful looking pitch. When I was out there earlier, very hard. No grass, or just a tiny bit of grass. Really nice looking pitch. Having said that, the two matches that have been played here have not been overly high scoring. There was a warm-up match between the USA and South Africa, and USA scored 150 and South Africa got it with 2 wickets in hand. And then the match between South Africa and Pakistan was 200 plays 200. Catch opportunity, the big tall frame of Richard Petrie couldn't quite get to that one. It was popped back towards him and he was full length over to his left trying to snaffle that return catch, but couldn't quite do so. I'm not sure if he got a fingertip to it, just watched the replay, still couldn't see. And Sionarine, oh sorry, that's Mirage, takes a single down to third man. To end Richard Petrie's first over, so just the 3 runs scored. 2 thick outside edges, or we'll generously call them glides, by Mirage, and that caught and bowled opportunity getting Sionarine off the mark. Both of these teams having very important wins yesterday. West Indies beating the previously unbeaten Sri Lanka. And New Zealand winning a thriller against the old enemy, the Aussies. That was a real cracker of the game. Could have gone either way. So, as I mentioned earlier, both teams have won 2 and lost 1, meaning that today's game has a lot of importance. Well, it's through the gap, and I think it'll go for 4. It's not the longest outfield compared to what we've seen, and it's quite fast. So, first boundary, a little bit short and wide from Mike Harrow, and slapped away. Maybe a slight misfield from Jason Campbell in the covers there. Looked like he dived over the top of it. Oh, beaten. That's a very similar ball to the one that he bowled on the very first ball of the match. Mirage just lunging forward and the ball zipping past his outside edge. Oh, it's a half-hearted shout. I think he might have got some bat on that one. Again, just lunging forward. He's bowling a good length, Mike Harrow. He has had trouble with wides in this tournament. Oh, this is coming down towards us. It's beaten Bert Horner and it's going to go into the boundary for 4. It's coming right down beneath me. Doc, the cameraman, picks it up. So that's a mistake by the keeper, Bert Horner. It actually swung after pitching. It cut the batsman in half and it swung, so Bert Horner had to dive away to his right and just snuck under his gloves. So it was a difficult take. Catching chance. Oh, it's gone down. Kelvin Scott at second slip has grasped an opportunity. The opportunities are coming for New Zealand. The edges, but that one not taken. It's really good bowling from Mike Harrow. He's moving the ball, and that one went in and out. Kelvin Scott slamming the ground in frustration after dropping that catch. That's the New Zealand fielding has been a mixed bag in this tournament. They've taken some great catches, but dropped some fairly straightforward ones as well. And time will tell how costly that drop catch proves. Oh, and that slammed down the ground. Great shot. I just had to run after that one myself. That was very nice back foot punch by Siona Ryan, back past the keeper, and it raced down to the boundary right next to me for 4 runs. Ooh, tries a very expansive pull shot to a ball that wasn't very short outside the off stump. He's quite a flamboyant player, Siona Ryan. But that one didn't bounce much at all. I guess that variable bounce will be something that New Zealand will have to contend with, well, both teams will if it's already variable, but probably New Zealand more so in the second innings. Richard Petrie just has the one wicket in this tournament at a cost of 61 runs. Only has 3 runs to his name with the bat as well, so it's been a quiet tournament for one of the star players in the New Zealand team, and that's a bad delivery. Full toss on leg stump, which fortunately for him only concedes 1. Swing and a miss from Mirage. And that's the end of the Richard Petrie over. "15 without loss after 4 overs. Normally you'd say that's a steady start for West Indies, but I don't think steady's quite the right word for the way they've played today. There's a big shout for caught behind first ball, there's been a drop catch, there's been some expansive stroke play. It's been quite action-packed really, this first 4 overs. Mike Harrow's been very good, beaten the bat a number of times. He's swung the ball. Let's see what he can do here to Sionarine. Wide signalled down the leg side. Bowled him! Good reward for Mike Harrow, who's been excellent this morning. Gets Sionarine chopping the ball onto his stumps. He's been nagging away, Mike Harrow. He's been unlucky, he's had byes, he's had big shouts turned down, he's had drop catches. He gets good reward for that one. It was on about a 6 stump line, and Sionarine moving across, trying to just push it into the offside. Got a thick inside edge back onto his own stumps. First blood to New Zealand. West Indies 16 for 1. And that's Mike Harrow's first wicket of the tournament. He's not bowled a lot so far, just 11 overs before this game, and he has bowled well without reward, and now he has some reward. Anthony Sahadeo is the new player, wicketkeeper batsman, left-hander, got a very crouched stance. He's an interesting guy as well. He's played a lot of over-50s international cricket. This will be his well, before this tournament he had played 17 matches. Played initially for the USA when they came into the Over-50s fraternity, and he's recently switched to his native West Indies. I think he's another Trinidadian. Goes for the pull, doesn't get any of it, just gets a bit of glove and dribbles out onto the onside for a single to get him off the mark. Highest score of 60 for Anthony Sahadeo. Before the World Cup he'd scored 257 runs at 21. Not formidable stats. That's looped up in the air. Oh, and it falls short. So more great bowling from Mike Harrow, really testing these West Indies top order batsmen. That one caught the shoulder of the bat and looped up on the offside, but fell about 5 metres short of the fielder running in there, Robbie Frew. So no real chance of a catch.
Good. Hello. Good. Yeah, see, you can't talk. Good. You need coffee? How much sugar? No, seriously. I get it. No. I get it. How much is it? 2 sugars. You?
Sahadeo looking for a run on the onside, but there was never one there. He's one of those batsmen who often takes 5 or 6 paces down the wicket after hitting the ball, even when there's no realistic chance of a run. Short, pulled, but with no power, and he won't get a run. So he hasn't timed a ball yet, Sahadeo. He's doing some very exaggerated stretches, a bit like dance moves. It's a full toss, and again Sahadeo can't put it away, so he's struggled with the long hops and the full toss equally. Sahadeo so far. It's very full again from Petrie, really aiming for that Yorker length delivery. Sahadeo jams it out, and that ends the 3rd Petrie over, the 6th New Zealand over. West Indies 17 for 1. He's Getting a little bit of in-swing, it looks like, to the left-hander, Richard Petrie, which would make sense as he's an outswing bowler to the right-hander. But it's Mike Harrow who's been the best of the two New Zealand bowlers so far this morning. 1 for 7, he's troubled all the batsmen. Chance of a catch, it's gone down again. Straight to mid-off. You'll see that one pretty clearly in your screen. It was smashed, and it's Andrew Nuttall, the elder statesman of the New Zealand side, who can't cling on to that one. 65 years old he is. Might just be out of your picture a little bit, but it was straight to Nuttall. It was strongly hit, very, very powerful. So another chance goes down for New Zealand. That's 2 catches that have gone down.
There's no service charge included, but you can tip at your own discretion.
It's signalled a wide. Mike Harrow, good length, and
No cough, no sugar for you.
but just a little bit wide. So bad luck for Mike Harrow. And New Zealand will need to sharpen up their catching. That will probably be another wide. It is, just spraying it out side the left-hander's off stump. It's straight and pushed up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Adrian Dale, back into the New Zealand side today after a couple of days of feeling pretty sick. He was a shadow of himself yesterday. Looked about 30 years older than he is, but he's fit and well today, which is great to see. New Zealand need him to play a big part in this tournament, the New Zealand captain, Adrian Dale. Lots of support for for both teams, I'm sure. But I know there's plenty of grey caps supporters back home. One of whom is Nikki Stretch, who's celebrating her birthday today, I believe. The wife of Greg Stretch, the cricket manager of the New Zealand team. If you're watching, Nikki, happy birthday. Petrie continuing. So run's fairly hard to come by for West Indies. There's been a couple of aggressive boundaries, 2 or 3 wides, but not too much else. There haven't been many singles taken. Aggressive hit, this time by Mirage, and it's beaten the inner ring, but not enough power to get to the boundary. They take 2. Sorry, that was Sahadeo, in fact. 2 left-handers out there. They have very big numbers on their backs, the West Indians. I think Sionarine was number 219. Sahadeo looks like he's number 186. Mirage 50. It's again whacked through the onside, a little bit harder this time. This one's heading out towards the boundary. It'll probably make it. It does, rolls over the rope. Now for 4. So a little bit agricultural from Sahadeo, but effective. And that's his first boundary. Just heaving it off middle and off stumps. And beating, I think it was Adrian Dale, into the fence. Short this time, pulled around the corner. A little bit of work for, I think it's Andrew Nuttall to do. Wearing a black cap today, which is nice to see. He's been running around with a white floppy hat in the last couple of games, which I haven't approved of, but I had a stern word to him last night, and I see he's properly attired today. Full again from Petrie. He's aimed for that Yorker quite a little bit today. Hasn't quite snuck one under the bat though. He is getting some swing, Petrie, so that's why he's tossing it right up there. Dale persisting with Mike Harrow from the Consulate end. He has bowled well this morning. Can he get some more reward? It's well driven up to the man who dropped the catch, Andrew Nuttall, and now he's made a little misfield which allows them to get through for a single. So hard to be too critical of Andrew Nuttall. He is 65 years old, by far the oldest member of the New Zealand side, one of the oldest players in the tournament. I believe Canada has Farouk Kamani at 68. But it's a big difference when you're 65 competing with men 15 years your junior. It's down leg side and signal to wide. It was quite a big wide, as you can see. It's a great camera angle that the Pitch Vision folks have set up right at the top of the sight screen here, looking straight down the pitch. Beautiful angle. So if the ball is swinging, which it appears that it is, then New Zealand will want to take advantage of that early on. They have a good seam bowling attack, whereas the West Indies attack is more based on spin, which may prove more effective later in the day. Short pulled out to the boundary for 4 at mid-wicket. Good shot by Sahadeo. Finally latching on to a short delivery and pulling it authoritatively out to the marquees on the mid-wicket boundary. That's where the players are sitting. It's a full toss this time, which he's hit over cover. So Sadeo getting into his work now. And second consecutive boundary conceded by Mike Harrow and scored by Anthony Sahadeo. Oh, shout for LBW. Umpire thinks about it, gives it. That's the breakthrough that New Zealand wanted. Sahadeo had hit 2 consecutive boundaries, was starting to flourish. Mike Harrow got the ball on a good length. Hit the pads. That one might have been just clipping the top of the bails. Yeah, it was pretty straight, it looked like, looking at the replay. And New Zealand will be delighted at that. They need to chip away at this strong West Indies batting lineup, and they've done that. So good reward again for Mike Harrow. 2 for 19 he has now. Sahadeo looked like he was here for a good time, not a long time. Some of the shots he was playing, and proved to be the case.
I like the clip yesterday.
By the Sri Lankans earlier in the week, and that dented his confidence, I believe. But he's started well today.
I'm going off at the end of the over.
So excellent start for Dave Goldingham. I think it might have been a maiden. No, there was, yes, maiden over. So great start for him. That'll do his confidence a world of good. The new batsman for the West Indies, I didn't mention earlier, Delroy Morgan. From Jamaica, I believe. He's a good first-class cricketer. Played 62 first-class matches, 39 list A matches. At first-class level, scored 2,800 runs, including 3 centuries. Yep, played for Jamaica. So he's 56 now, making his first appearance in the West Indies Over-50s team this year. Good to see the West Indies including players from different islands. Initially it was mainly made up of players from Trinidad and Guyana, but they've expanded things out to, there's a couple from Barbados, and obviously Morgan from Jamaica. Good to see. Now it looks like Kelvin Scott will have a bowl from the consulate end, replacing Mike Harrow, even though he took that wicket with, might have been the last ball of his previous over. It's been pulled off. Kelvin Scott has probably been New Zealand's best bowler in this tournament. He took 2 for 19 against Sri Lanka from 9 overs and 3 for 21 against Australia from 8 overs yesterday. With those little in-swingers, he'll get some movement here for sure. Starts full. Morgan, the tall, athletically built right-hander. Chance of a catch. Oh, and that's gone down as well. Can you believe it? Mid-on and mid-off fielding has been dreadful by New Zealand. That's Mike Harrow, and that was probably simpler than the one that Andrew Nuttall shelled. It was hit softer. Just had to move a little bit to his left. Really disappointing for the New Zealand fielders. They pride themselves on their fielding, and they've shelled 3 catchable catches already today. That was not a difficult catch, I'll be completely honest. Sorry. So South Africa, West Indies 2 down. They could have been 5 down. Shout for LBW this time. Umpire says yes, so it doesn't cost them much, and that's a big wicket too. That's Ishwar Mirage. He can score a lot of runs, so the catching's not working, but the LBWs are, and New Zealand grab another one. And Kelvin Scott takes his 6th wicket of the tournament. He's New Zealand's leading wicket taker, and that's an excellent wicket to get for them. He came round the wicket, angled it in on leg stump, and it swung away. So quite an awkward angle for the batsman. Andy was trying to sweep it, so physics not really in his favour there. Ishwar Mirage, and struck him on the front pad, in front of middle and leg probably, and New Zealand grabbed their 3rd wicket. West Indies 38 for 3. So the Grey Caps having a bit of a team meeting here, probably saying let's just get 10 LBWs, don't worry about the catches. And this much vaunted West Indies batting lineup has not looked super impressive so far today. We've seen the 3 drop catches, as I mentioned, plus the 3 wickets that have gone down through bolds and LBWs. So Kelvin Scott bowling well again. What can he do here? To Sunil Daniram. Now, Daniram is probably the best batsman in the West Indies lineup, in my opinion. We'll talk a little bit more about him. He is another one who played international cricket for Canada, initially from Guyana. Played 44 one-day internationals for Canada. As an all-rounder, left-handed batsman, as you can see, there's been quite a few lefties in the lineup so far. Also a very accomplished off-spinner, slow left arm orthodox. Has an international, one-day international 5-wicket bag to his name. And in fact, looking at his Cricinfo page, he holds a world record. He's the oldest player in the world to take his first 5-wicket bag in ODIs. He was 39 years old when he did that. Also a very good batsman, has a first class average of 33 with 3 centuries. So we've got 2 experienced first class cricketers at the crease for the West Indies now, Daniram and Morgan. And that's one of the great things about over 50s cricket, is it allows club cricketers like Dave Goldingham to compete with first class and international players. It's bowled wide there. So just honing in on that line outside off stump, about fifth stump line. Doesn't look like he's getting a huge amount of swing, maybe a bit of away movement. No slips for New Zealand now. Had 2 earlier, and the catch was dropped at second slip by Kelvin Scott. It's full and driven square by Morgan out towards the boundary. I think it'll be pulled in just inside. It is, and they take a very leisurely 2. Right, good over from Dave Goldingham. It's his second over. Just 3 off that. He's got none for 3 from 2 overs. Good start from him. One of the matches that I'm looking forward to seeing develop today is that between England and India. India are batting first. They're 17 for 1 after 3.5 overs. Canada are 46 for 2 against Sri Lanka after 12 overs. Here's Kelvin Scott again, bowling to Daniram. Ooh, that one just swings away from him and he lets it pass through to Bert Horner, keeping wicket today for New Zealand. We saw Bert in the outfield yesterday, took an excellent catch in the covers, diving over his head. Oh, it's slammed back at Kelvin Scott, who goes to put his hand down, but the ball arrives before he can do that and it hits his foot. No run. Firmly driven. Partial stop by Jason Campbell at the covers, and Andrew Hoare tidies up, so no run conceded. Oh yeah, he didn't appear to be ready there. I was wondering if he'd look up in time, Daniram, and when he did look up, Kelvin Scott was nearly upon him, so he pulled away. More good bowling from Kelvin Scott. He's not giving anything for Danny Ram to hit. The ball is moving. He does hit that time, straight down the ground for 4. Slightly overpitched from Kelvin Scott, and Sunil Daniram punched it to the vacant long on for 4. Nicely hit through mid-wicket, and it beats Jason Campbell, and it will go out to the boundary for 4 runs. So it's the second time Jason Campbell has fielded over the top of the ball, let it go underneath him, and the first time only conceded a couple of runs. This time it costs his team 4. It was nicely clipped by Morgan. That's short and slapped away to point where it's well fielded by Adil Samani. He doesn't misfield very often. We haven't seen him much today, usually in the covers. Today at backward point. Adil Samani was the hero for New Zealand yesterday, scoring 64 chasing, and it was an excellent innings. Really set New Zealand up to win that game. It's width this time, and Morgan leans back, cuts it away, gives a chase for Adil Samani, who does that job, and they again take a very leisurely 2, not putting a lot of pressure on with the running, these 2 so far. One more game in progress that I can see. That's Wales versus South Africa. Wales 43 for 2 after 11 overs. Rowan Evans is doing pretty well there, 23. They've lost Ewan Reese though, he's their star player, out for 12, bowled by Alan Dawson. Clive Eckstein also playing in that match, the former South African international. Here's Kelvin Scott going to Sunu Danaram, who pumps it away. 1 bounce for 4. That's a powerful shot. He's a good crisp hitter of the ball, Danny Ram. And that's exactly what he did to that long hop from Scott. So I think this is going to be the key wicket for New Zealand, that of Danny Ram. Oh, and that's been launched for 6. Full toss from Kelvin Scott, and it's gone over the marquees for the first half dozen of the game. What a great shot that was. And the West Indian supporters and players coming alive, enjoying that stroke play from their star player, Sunil Daniram. His brother Sudesh was going to be part of this team, couldn't make it over for some reason. Pulled away for 4 more. One bounce again. So Sunil Daniram enjoying the bowling of Kelvin Scott now. He's taken a few balls to get his eye in. Hit him for 4 on the last ball of his previous over. And the first 3 balls of this over have gone for 4, 6, 4. So that's 18 runs off 4 deliveries that Danny Ram has hit off Kelvin Scott. How can Scott respond? Goes full and it's driven out towards the cover boundary. This one won't go for 4. They take an easy 2 again. He's looking very aggressive now, Danny Ram, looking to slam everything away. Slams that one out to Jason Campbell, who does field well. No run. Good over for West Indies. 16 off that over. And that's the first drinks break. So it's been an up and down first 15 overs for both teams really. New Zealand have dropped catches and conceded boundaries, but they've also taken 3 wickets. And the converse applies for the West Indies. We'll take a little break here, probably about 5 or 6 minutes. Goldingham as Morgan just pushing forward again. Delroy Morgan, more conservative of the two batsmen, 9 off 14. Sunil Daniram, 20 off 15 with those 3 fours and that big 6. He plays a nice shot this time though, Morgan, rocking back and cutting it out towards the boundary. It's a longish boundary, that one, and Kelvin Scott pulls it in. 2 runs. Oh, it's a nice slice away backward of point. I think that one will go for 4, it will. It's a very elegant Jamaican style shot. The Caribbean flair. Just lacing it behind point. Little flourish after he hit it. The West Indies going at about 4.5 and over, but the last 3 or 4 overs they've gone at much faster than that. After 10 overs they were going at 3.7. So the last 6 overs they've doubled their score pretty much. Now, will Kelvin Scott be given another over? Or will we see a change? Looks like we're going to see a change, and I think it's going to be Andrew Nuttall, who I thought would probably be called in to quieten things down. The left arm spinner. Quick hello to Scott Mason back in New Zealand, who's staying up late watching this game. Hello to you, Potty. Several of Scott's teammates are playing in this match. Scott plays for the Canterbury Otago Mainlanders, and one of the players from that team is Andrew Nuttall. Another one is Kelvin Scott, so Nuttall will be replacing Scott at the consulate end with his slow left arm spin. Nuttall in this tournament so far has taken 5 wickets at an average of 16.2. All 5 of those wickets came in the first 2 matches. He went wicketless yesterday against Australia, none for 46 off his 9. Here he is bowling to the aggressive Sunil Daniram. Yes, if the West Indies had had Sunil's brother Sudesh in the side as well, they would have had an even more imposing batting lineup than they already do. Very good player, Sudesh. Sunil Daniram does have a century at this level. Oh no, sorry, he doesn't. Sudesh does. Sunil, before this tournament, had scored 254 runs at an average of 42, with a best of 83 not out. Also 10 wickets at 27. So good all-rounder. Down the track, Back to Nuttall, no run. Very quick on his feet, Danaram. It's nicely bowled by Nuttall, just pulled it back a fraction and had Danaram slightly overbalancing as he lunged forward to defend that ball. Does vary his pace nicely. Nuttall, that's a quicker ball, which has Danaram on the back foot. So, as you'd expect, good first over from Andrew Nuttall. Is that a maiden that over? Yes, it was. This partnership up to 35. The two came in at 38 for 3, or they came together at 38 for 3. It's now 73 for 3. They've added those 35 and just 7 overs. Dave Goldingham will continue, none for 15 from his 4. It's wide, well taken by Bert Horner, but it'll be one more to the West Indies total. It's wide number 6, bowled by New Zealand today. They have swung the ball. Driven pleasantly down to long on, where Colin Owens does the fielding. And another casually taken single. Still plenty batting to come for the West Indies. Azad Muhammad, Fareed Hussain, William Lashley, Naraim Badesi, Zaman Aman. They can all bat. I don't know about Basil Prasad. He's a newcomer in the side. I'm not sure if he's a batsman or a bowler, but it's a long batting lineup that they have. Driven powerfully again. Jason Campbell gives it the harbour bridge. Needs to get down on top of those deliveries. It's gone underneath him for 4 more. Very nicely hit by Danaram. Does hit it well. But that's 3 times now that the ball is snuck under the body of Jason Campbell. Oh, that's a good delivery. Beats him this time. That's a poor delivery, which has been whacked away down to fine leg. Luckily for Goldingham, it's only 1. Just a little bit of frustration seeping into the New Zealand side, it feels. They would really like to break this partnership, or just at least tidy up their fielding a little bit. It hasn't been great today, and there's two very good batsmen at the crease, so it's not going to be easy. Adil Samani doing some warm-ups. Not sure if he's going to come on at the commentary end, maybe to replace Goldingham. But for now it's going to be Andrew Nuttall. He's just making some changes with his skipper, Adrian Dale. Nuttall's first over was a maiden. What can he do now, bowling to two batsmen who are fairly well set? Morgan on 17, Danaram on 25. Nicely flighted from Nuttall. Morgan on the sweep this time, but not making contact. So 9 scoreless deliveries from Andrew Nuttall. What's going to break first? Shout for LBW, didn't look too convincing. I may have been pad first, but he was very well forward and only Nuttall was vaguely interested. Good bowling though. So just the one off that Nuttall over. He's got none for 1 off 2. He's doing a good job of pulling things back for New Zealand after it looked like it might just be getting away from them a wee bit. 4.3 is the run rate after 19 overs. And it will be Samani who will bowl some spin, some leg spin from the commentary end. Zamani's taken 2 wickets in this tournament at an average of 58 so far. Economy rate of 5.3, so that's a little bit high. But he starts well here, bringing Morgan forward. Delroy Morgan. Good West Indies name, that. Well, it's short and well fielded, mainly by Andrew Nuttall. It has spilled away from him and they'll take a single, but it could have easily raced past him to the boundary. Just the one. Ooh, that one spun nicely back in towards Daniram, into the gloves of Bert Horner. One out to Jason Campbell, who makes sure he gets his body in behind that one. Into the gloves of Bert Horner. This is a good start from Adil Samani. 2 runs off it, I think. Yep. So just 3 runs off the last 2 overs. That's been good for New Zealand. I'm not sure what a good score is on this ground. We saw USA play a warm-up game against South Africa, and they scored 150, which South Africa just managed to get. And then we saw Pakistan versus South Africa in the tournament proper, scoring 207, which South Africa just managed to get in a very tense finish. So the 2 changes made by Adrian Dale in the last few overs have proved to be good ones, bringing on the 2 spinners. Danny Ram down the track, there's a chance of a catch. Kelvin Scott underneath it, pouches it safely, big wicket. Sunil Daniram, that pressure we were talking about. Who would break first? The West Indies did. Sunil Daniram down the track, trying to launch it over long off, scooped it up in the air, went about halfway to the boundary, and Kelvin Scott, safe hands usually. He spilled a catch earlier, but he took that one nicely. And New Zealand get a very important wicket, that of Sunil Daniram. Caught Scott, bowled Nuttall for for 26, and the West Indies 84 for 4. Just as that partnership was really starting to look good and threatening from a New Zealand point of view, New Zealand have broken it, and that'll give them a big boost. As I said earlier, Adeniran probably the premier batsman in the West Indies side. New batsman, Narain Bidesi. He's been part of the West Indies side for a while. Played 17 matches now. Hasn't covered himself with glory statistically, it's got to be said. Averaging 12.92 with the bat. And with the ball, averages 42. So if he could switch those two around, he'd be happy. Just a very diminutive man. Probably 5'5", very slight build. Shout for LBW, first ball, not convincing. Having said that, he is a former first class player, played 11 matches, plus 6 List A matches for Trinidad and Tobago. Just hasn't really managed to kick on at over 50s level for some reason. As I said, he's had plenty of opportunities, played 17 matches, he's got 150. It was a good knock from Sunil Daniram. That over that he really took to Kelvin Scott was quite impressive. Good clean hitting, but then was just restricted a little bit, and that led to his downfall. Feeling like he had to hit a big shot against Andrew Nuttall instead of trying to push a few singles. Ended up holding out to mid-off, and great start from Andrew Nuttall. He's bowled 3 overs, taken 1 for 2. Speaking of spinners, the West Indies do have a lot of them. Sunil Daniram himself, good spinner. Sionarine, who opened the batting, he's a good spinner. Azad Muhammad and Fareed Hussain, he's a leg spinner. Did well against New Zealand in the 2020 World Cup. Here's a leg spinner named Adil Samani. So it may come down to which teams play spin better today. Tossed up nicely and smashed over long off for 6. Lovely flow of the bat from Delroy Morgan. Just waiting for that over-pitched delivery. And he swung it sweetly over long off. That was a really nice shot. Just half a step down the wicket. Held the pose after playing the shot. Really nice cricket stroke. And Colin Owens has gone back there immediately. That one's shorter and flatter from Samani. Normal service resumes with a dot ball. So just the 6 in that over. What a 6 it was. And Samani has none for 8 from his 2. Good little crowd building up on the bleachers over to our right. The school kids might be on lunch now or something. We're at Redham House School, Constantia. And there's probably about 40 school kids in their blue blazers and khaki pants. All very nice and respectful. It's all, hello sir, how are you sir? Very nice. Not used to that sort of thing in New Zealand. Tossed up by Nuttall. He's only conceded the 2 runs from his 20 deliveries. Ryan Badesi yet to get off the mark, just taking his time. Faced the 7 deliveries now. Real master of his craft, Andrew Nuttall. He's bowled so much, he knows how to bowl in pretty much every situation, and he's extremely accurate. Narayan does get off the mark with a push down too long off. Ooh, that's very, very tossed up from Nuttall. Morgan works it into the onside for no runs, and that ends another tight over, just 1 off that one as well. He's got 1 for 3 from 4 overs, Andrew Nuttall. Very economical as always. Before this tournament, he had 24 wickets at over-50s international level from his 12 matches, at an average of under 15. Run rate 3.18. More good bowling from Samani. Just keeping the pressure on these two, especially Badesi, who hasn't looked very secure yet in his innings. He does get a single here into the onside. So the USA-Zimbabwe match that was late starting for some reason, they've only just started. Mike van Staden took a wicket off the first ball of the match, bowling Rafi Kazi, one of the big wickets for the USA. So that's an interesting start. It's short, pulled, but there is protection. Andrew Hoare out there in front of the school kids. School teacher himself. And I think it's John McGlashan College in Dunedin. Is that right? Can't remember. Sorry if I'm wrong about that one. But he is a school teacher. Oh, that's short. Not a great delivery. And it hasn't been punished by Badesi, just the one down to Colin Owens at long off. So a couple of not so great deliveries in that over. Just conceding singles, and Samani now has none for 11 from 3. Canada against Sri Lanka. Canada are 72 for 6. So struggling again, the Canadians. Suwanji Madanayaka has 3 for 17. He's one of their many spinners. Wales battling away against South Africa, not doing too badly, 77 for 4. And India against England, 55 for 3. Shout for LBW, again not super convincing. Sounded a little bit bassy to me. In any case, the umpire unmoved. May have struck him just outside off stump. Sweeps this time, Badesi. There's some work for the boundary rider to do. That's Robbie Frew. He's got a good arm, Robbie Frew, and he fires it in, but not before they've taken 2. Tossed up, no run. It's another good over from Andrew Nuttall, really putting the screws on the West Indies batsman, whose run rate has dipped under 4 for the first time in quite a while. Players out today. Vijay Sionarayan was the first to go. He was bowled by Mike Harrow for 5. Score at 16. Anthony Sahadeo was LBW to Mike Harrow for 17. Ishwar Miraj, LBW to Kelvin Scott for 7. Then a good partnership between Delroy Morgan and Sunil Daniram before Daniram was caught at long off by Kelvin Scott off Andrew Nuttall for 26. 28 balls, 4 fours and a 6 for him. Morgan is 26 off 42. Narayan Badesi 5 off 19 in this partnership. 14 runs in 5 overs. So good comeback by New Zealand. These two just starting to accumulate some singles now down the ground. Mike Harrow has 2 for 19 for New Zealand. Also had a couple of catches dropped off his bowling, dropped one himself. Richard Petrie none for 14, Dave Goldingham none for 23, Kelvin Scott 1 for 21, Andrew Nuttall 1 for 6 from 5 overs, and Adil Samani is into his 4th over. He has none for 12. Beautiful day here, no cloud, well, a tiny little bit over to our right, complete opposite to yesterday, which was very cloudy. Lovely sunny weather as well, probably mid-20s the temperature, perfect for cricket. It's through the gap this time, and it should go out to the boundary for 4. Samani dropping short. Delroy Morgan leaning back, and with that lovely flourish that he has, crunching the ball through the gap on the offside, out to the boundary for 4. So he's easy on the eye, is Delroy Morgan. He's got a very Caribbean touch to his batting, some flair. Oh, that one's got through. Who's that beaten? Adrian Dale, the captain, gone through him. Not good fielding from the skipper, out to the boundary for 4. So that pressure that we were just talking about, that the 2 New Zealand spinners have been able to exert, just being eased off a little bit there with 2 boundaries, one of which was a bit soft from Adrian Dale. So good for Delroy Morgan. He's up into the 30s now. 35 he is from 47, and the West Indies get that run rate up above 4 again. Shout for LBW again, not out. It's about 5 such shouts that Andrew Nuttall's had today. None given yet. Did look a little bit leg side-ish from here. Badacey hasn't had much luck latching onto these sweep shots yet. He's 6 off 24 now. Again, Colin Owens in the action at just behind square. The ball's been going there to him quite a lot off the bowling of Nuttall, who's just angling into the middle and leg stumps of Narayan Badacey, who's not able to find the gap either side of Colin Owens. And again, it goes to Owens. So it's a 3-man game at the moment. Nuttall, Badacey and Owens. And it's the end of another Nuttall over, who is conceding 1 run per over. 1 for 6 off 6. It was a maiden. So Jason Campbell is going to have his first bowl of the match. Didn't play yesterday against Australia. He will come in and bowl some medium pace. Try and swing it away a little bit from the right-handers. Hasn't bowled a lot in this tournament, Jason Campbell. The opportunities he's had, he hasn't really taken. He's been a little bit expensive. Did well with the bat in game 1, scoring 21 off 8 balls. But he's gone at 8 and over from his 3 overs. He is usually quite economical. Just a very short run up, about 5 or 6 paces. He starts with a full toss, which is knocked down to Richard Petrie at long on. Hails from the Marlborough region of New Zealand. That's the top of the South Island. Grew up there. Spent some time in Nelson. That's where I got to know him. Oh, it's edged, and it's going to run away. It might run away for 4 actually. There was some swing. And it goes for 4, so no third man in place for Campbell. It's the hands on the hips early. That was a little bit unlucky. If there'd been a wide slip, that might have gone to him, or a gully perhaps. So it looks like there is a third man in place now. That's Andrew Nuttall. Oh, and this goes quite far to the right of Nuttall. In fact, it's Kelvin Scott who will do the fielding. 1 more run. Just a little bit wide that time from Jason Campbell. Needs to get that line right, but also his length. I think he just needs to probably bowl that length on middle. That's where he's quite effective. He gets a lot of LBWs and bolds. Full toss hit down the ground. This will take some chasing by Colin Owens, but he does it comfortably. And it's only one. Campbell does get a little bit frustrated when things don't go his way sometimes. Gets the hands on the hips and brings out a few choice words, which fortunately our microphones won't pick up. Fields well off his own bowling there to end his first over. One that concedes 7 runs. Well, now this is a very interesting bowling change. Andrew Hoare is going to have a trundle from the consulate end, replacing Andrew Nuttall, who'd bowled 6 overs for 6 runs. We haven't seen Andrew Hoare bowl in this tournament. Just bowls very tame off spin and bowls it rarely. So perhaps Adrian Dale feeling that this is a spinner's pitch, turning to his very, very part-time spinner, Andrew Hoare. Starts well though. This is his first delivery in over-50s international cricket, Andrew Hoare. Partly stopped in the covers. That's probably saved 2 or 3 runs. It's Adil Samani diving away. Used a lot of bowlers so far today, 8 of them in fact. We're only into the 29th over. That one's tossed up. It's a full toss through the covers for 4. Well hit by Delroy Morgan, latching onto that full toss. It was wide and it was full, and it was very nicely played by Delroy Morgan into the school kids. There's quite a few of them now on the bleachers over there, maybe 40 or 50 wandering around, or sitting quite nicely actually on the grandstands. Just the one bad ball in that over from Andrew Hoare, conceding a boundary, otherwise not too bad, and 6 runs off his first. That's more like it from Jason Campbell. That's the pace he bowls at, and that's the length that he bowls at when he's bowling well. He's not floating it up, he's darting it in, and that's what he did on that occasion. So that's where I think he needs to bowl. Not there. It's a wide. Nicely hit by Badesi, good timing. Bit of a chase for Richard Petrie, whose hat falls off, revealing a white headband. Both hats fall off actually, he's got two hats and a white headband. And 2 runs for, oh, hang on, was that 2? Yeah, 2 runs, and now a single for Morgan. Ooh, short and wide. Just a single. Better over for Campbell. 5 off it. He's got 12 off his 2. Let's go around the grounds. Wales 98 for 4 against South Africa. Canada 99 for 7 against Sri Lanka. Oh, we're having a drinks break here anyway. I'll just finish off what I was saying. India 73 for 3 against England. USA 18 for 2 against Zimbabwe. That's an interesting one. The 2 openers both out for ducks. And here, West Indies 126 for 4 after 30 overs. That's 4.2 and over. When we come back, they'll have 15 overs left to get as many as they can. Mike Harrow back into the attack after drinks. Pulled away by Badesi for 4, I think it's going to go. It does. So it looks like he enjoys the pace. Ryan Badesi's rocked back and swung that away. As I mentioned, just a little man, Badesi, but he's hit that with some power. Nicely hit away by Morgan and into the boundary for 4 more. So good little partnership, this one. Delroy Morgan moving up towards 50. He's on 49 now. And this partnership up to, it's over 50 now. I think it is. They haven't really looked too troubled. They were a little bit slow early on when Andrew Nuttall was bowling very tightly. But Narayan Badesi's pushed the ball around, and Delroy Morgan has been quite fluent in his stroke play. So he's 49 now, just 1 run away from what will be his first over 50s half century. Mike Harrow, who has 2 for 25, will bowl his 7th over. Bowled really well early on, swung the ball, troubled all the batsmen. Shout for LBW, I think he's hit it though this time. Eight bowlers used by New Zealand, as I mentioned, including a surprise over to Andrew Hoare. It's well bowled again from Mike Harrow. Jason Campbell just bowled the 2 overs for 12. Dil Somani has bowled 5 overs for 28. Nuttall 6 overs for 6 runs, plus a wicket. Kelvin Scott 1 for 21 from 3. Dave Goldingham none for 23 from 5. Richard Petrie none for 14 from 4. So plenty of options remaining for Adrian Dale to choose from in these last 15 overs. He started off with Mike Harrow. .5 overs to go for the West Indies. We'll probably be looking for another 75 runs. That would take them up to 215, 220. So let's set them that imaginary target, see how close they get. I'll say 220. I was spot on with 160 yesterday for Australia. Driven just wide of the close-in fielder out to Kelvin Scott. A little bit aerial, and that brings up 50 for Delroy Morgan. Raises his bat to acknowledge the applause from his teammates and in fact all the spectators around the ground. It's been a good knock from Delroy Morgan, the Jamaican. His first 50 at this level, and the first 50 for the West Indies today. Beautiful shot by Delroy Morgan over extra cover, inside out for 4. Great use of the feet. Hit it crisply, maybe not 100%, but easily into the gap. So that's really good placement and aggression from Delroy Morgan, who has been exceptional today, really. This time he goes offside again with a big flourish, and it's going to go for another boundary. It is. Slashing it away backward of point. Consecutive boundaries for Delroy Morgan. He's looking very good. That was short and wide, admittedly, but he cut it very effectively. What can Samani do here? Short and wide again, but left alone by Morgan this time. That's nicely bowled by Samani. Better line and a good length, and it might have just spun away from the groping bat of Morgan. Firmly hit again by Morgan out to the cover boundary for 1. Swept firmly. There's work for the fielder to do. He can't do it. It was going to take some effort to stop the ball by Andrew Hoare. It was hit so hard by Morgan. Really good sweep shot. 3rd boundary in the over. Good batting from the West Indies. So, Delroy Morgan up to 59 now, from 63 deliveries with 8 fours and a 6. Ryan Badesi, a little bit more pedestrian, 26 off 52. Just a wee break here, or delay, while the batsman, he's taken off his pad. It's Morgan. Taken off his pad and done something to his leg, put the pad back on, getting a drink. So both batsmen just having a wee drink, and New Zealand just looking a little bit tired maybe. This is their 4th game in 5 days. Some of these players have played all of them. There has been some illness in the New Zealand camp, which has meant that some players have only been able to play 1 game, such as Dean Askew. Others, like Simon Dodds, haven't played a big part, although he did win the game for New Zealand yesterday. Okay, so we're just about ready to resume. Mike Harrow has the ball in hand again. He's bowled 7 overs, 2 for 26. I think New Zealand will be happy to have conceded that single off the first ball, as it brings Badesi onto strike, and he has had more trouble getting the ball away than Morgan has. 26 off 53 deliveries now. Oh, he's had no trouble getting that away. Picked it up off his legs beautifully into the boundary at backward square leg for 4. Just picked it up and used the pace that time over backward square leg. Really nice shot from Narayan Badesi. Who is belying his career average of 12.5. Pulls this time. He won't get 4. It's 2 bounces into the hands of Colin Owens fielding out there. Adrian Dale it is, in fact. Adrian Dale, the captain, spending a lot of time on the boundary today, which is interesting. So maybe New Zealand weren't that happy to get Badesi on strike. He's taken 5 runs so far. Morgan's back on strike now. Oh, it's gone through everyone. It was a good Yorker length delivery. May have hit Morgan on the toe. He's limping a little bit. What was the signal there? Was that byes, Cheryl? No signal, so he must have hit it. Oh, yeah, looking at the replay now, it looks like it just got the under edge as it went down to fine leg for 1. West Indies have got their run rate up to 4.6. That's a good effort. If they continue at this rate, they'll score 206. But I think they'd be looking for more than that. In fact, with 10 overs to go, they could probably be looking at another 80, so perhaps 240. Somewhere between 220 and 240 would be the range, I would think. Although we do have Andrew Nuttall coming back on to bowl now, and he's been very economical. So if he bowls 3 economical overs, that'll make it a bit harder to get a score like that. Adrian Dale has juggled his bowlers around. As I mentioned, he's used 8 of them. Only Mike Harrow has bowled more than the 6 that Andrew Nuttall has bowled. Adil Samani has also bowled 6, been a bit expensive. And what's happening here? There's just a little delay. Maybe Nuttall's not going to bowl after all that. Or maybe he is. Yes, he is. Adrian Dale still out on the boundary, so he's not doing the field setting. Leaving that to Nuttall in consultation with Adil Samani.
On 1.
Alright, so we're still waiting for Nuttall to to bowl. There's been a lot of field adjustments. Jason Campbell's gone out to the mid-wicket boundary. Richard Petrie's on the long on one. Colin Owens on long off. Adrian Dale at cover. The rest inside the circle. And the ball is dropped into the on side where there's a gap, and they take one. Oh, I see what's happening. We've got a runner. I was wondering what happened. It explains why the striker didn't run. So you don't see runners much these days. Yeah, we don't see runners much in cricket, but they're still allowed in over 50s. So who's the injured batsman? It must be Morgan. We've got a runner at square leg. Delroy Morgan's injured. So he's standing there, and we've got, who is the man running? Not sure. But he does run now, along with Badesi. Delroy Morgan limps back to his striker's position. Yeah, Anthony Sadeo running for Delroy Morgan. And they run there, and it always looks a bit scary when you see one batsman running and the other one standing still. But we have to remember that there is a runner. As I said, not in common usage these days, the runners. So everyone has to remember how all the things work. Badesi sweeps for one. I feel like it's been almost 10 years or maybe even longer since runners were phased out. So Doc, a young cameraman, he would have never played with a runner, would you? No. And you ladies, are you cricket players yourselves? Yep, Cheryl plays. Did you ever play with a runner? No, you're far too young as well. Okay, Narayan Badesi, he's got himself up to 33. He's done well. Delroy Morgan, the man batting with the runner, 63. Big hefty blow from the little man Badesi into the boundary for 4. Or is it? No, it's pulled up just inside. He was admiring his own shot there for a while, Badesi, and in the end only got 2. He assumed it was going to race into the boundary for 4, but it didn't, so a little bit lazy the running, and they take a double. Cut this time, straight to Adil Samani, who's always good, prevents a run. Dabbed away for 2. Good running this time from Badesi scurries back, gets those little legs churning away. As Richard Peachy had to run around. So 2 more. Tries to cut this time, no contact, through to Bert Horner. It's wide, could have been more than that if Bert Horner hadn't rushed back to tidy up. The umpire just checking something with the batsman. Not sure what that was all about. The batsman was holding his arms up as if to say, I'm innocent. Not sure what he was being accused of. Maybe the umpire was asking the batsman if he hit it. Cut away nicely this time. Jason Campbell scoots around and they take 2 more. So picking up lots of 2s is Badesi. It's 3 in this over. Nicely whipped away by Badesi this time. That's a lovely shot. Very wristy. Yeah, just takes 2 more. So for the fourth 2 of the over, sorry. But I really like that shot. Very wristy. A little bit of Kane Williamson in that shot. Alright, we've got 8 overs to go now. West Indies 175. They're going at 4.7. Sure they'd like to get that over 5, which would be 225. They should be able to do that with 6 wickets in hand. Andrew Nuttall is always taking his time to get ready to bowl. He's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 10, so he's got 2 left. No run this time. That was a little bit flat from Nuttall and just dabbed down to short third man. No run. Shout for LBW. This time he's given 7th time lucky for Andrew Nuttall. He's been appealing all day long, hitting the pads. Finally he gets his reward. Narayan Badesi pushing forward, trying to turn the ball away. Struck on the pad with that flat delivery from Nuttall. And the umpire's finger finally goes up. Nuttall takes his 2nd wicket. It's a good one for New Zealand just when they needed it. Badesi was starting to look very energetic and fluent in his run scoring. 41 he scored from 66. Good innings from him and a good partnership too. It was a partnership of nearly 100, 88 in fact, for the 5th wicket between Badesi and Morgan. But things don't get too much easier for New Zealand with Azad Muhammad coming to the wicket. He's one of the West Indies' better players as well. We'll see him later bowling his quick off spin, but for now he'll be batting. Scored a century at the last World Cup against Canada in the match that was abandoned. He's a good player. Scored runs against New Zealand in that tournament as well. Wide ball. Mohammed has a swing at it and misses, but it's called wide. Plays a similar shot, hits it this time, but with absolutely no power or timing, and it squirts out to Adrian Dale, who's been very quiet out there on the cover boundary. So we haven't seen Delroy Morgan take the strike much recently. Here he is. And he plays very, very fluently over that extra cover area again, where he's already hit a couple of nice boundaries. Hits another one over the head of the outstretched arm of Kelvin Scott. 4 runs. Another beautiful shot from Delroy Morgan. So he's got a leg injury, but the footwork seemed okay there. Just skip down the track a little bit. Goes again, same place, but he's got it a little bit straighter, and Colin Owens is alert to that shot now, so he's anticipated it, moved to his left, keeps it to 1. End of that Nuttall over. Seven runs and a wicket off it. 8 runs and a wicket. So how about this? USA unbeaten so far, playing Zimbabwe 40 for 5. Mike van Staden 2 for 9. Andrew Walton 1 for none. That would be really interesting if Zimbabwe were to win that match. That would mean we'd have 4 teams all on 2 wins and a loss. Of course, depending what happens here today in this match. But that would throw the group even wider open than it already is. Kelvin Scott back into the attack now. Runs here for Morgan. I think he'll get 4 of them. He does. Richard Petrie lumbering after it. Can't stop the ball. And it goes into the picket fence by the beer tent for another boundary. Delroy Morgan to 73 now from 72. Got an outstanding innings from the Jamaican, the injured Jamaican. Smashes it down the ground, again with that beautiful post-hit flourish that he has. If you're wondering why he's not running after he hits a shot, it's because he has a runner due to some kind of leg injury. So it's Azad Muhammad on strike now. Thank you. Another run to Morgan, who does look genuinely injured. He's hobbling out to point after playing that shot. Could be a knee or a calf perhaps. Looks more of a knee to me. Eight off that Kelvin Scott over. 6 to go now. West Indies 190 for 5. Well set up for an assault in the last 6 overs. They've got the set batsman, Delroy Morgan, even though he's injured. And Azad Muhammad just getting his eye in. He can go big. This will be Nuttall's last over. And perhaps the West Indies batsmen know that. They may be thinking, let's respect the most economical bowler in the New Zealand side. Chance, no. 2 bounces to Richard Petrie down at long on. Didn't quite hit it perfectly. That one's gone up in the air, chance of a catch for Nuttall himself, takes it. Not the most graceful of catches you'll ever see, but he got his hands around it, and that's the end of Azad Muhammad. He had to reach for that ball. Just watch it on the replay here, had to reach for it, and it went high up in the air. So that's the 6th wicket down for New Zealand. They'll be delighted with that, working their way through this strong West Indies batting team. Azad Muhammad can be a dangerous batsman, so that's a good wicket to get, especially at this stage in the innings where the West Indies would be looking to really put the hammer down. William Lashley, the Bajan, Barbados man, coming to the crease at number 8 for West Indies. Nuttall now has 3 for 19. He took a 3-wicket bag earlier in the tournament. Also took 2 for none against Zimbabwe and went wicketless against Australia. So that's 8 wickets he has now. That'll make him, if not the leading wicket taker in the whole tournament, then certainly right up there. I think Salim Mukadem from South Africa was high up on that chart as well. He doesn't seem to be playing against Wales today, so I think there's a good chance that Nuttall is now the leading wicket taker. He's got 2 balls left to try and add to that wicket tally. 3 for 19 he has from 8.4 overs. Really good bowler. Lashley's off the mark with a confident drive down to long off. Again goes over extra cover, but it's a little bit squarer than he would have liked, Morgan, and Dale fields. So just 1 to end the Nuttall spell. 3 for 21. Another typically Nuttall-esque spell. Wickets, economical, miserly, accurate. Well done, Andrew Nuttall. 5 overs to go in the West Indies innings. Batsman out. Ishwar Miraj for 7. Vijay Sionarine for 5. Anthony Sahadeo for 17. Sunil Danaram, that was the big one, for 26. Narayan Badesi, he batted well for 41. And Azad Muhammad last to go for 2. Delroy Morgan, great innings from him on one leg, 77. So I think the new bowler is Dave Goldingham. It is. Bowled 5 overs earlier in the day for 23 runs. He's been entrusted with these death overs. Well, at least one of them. Lashley goes big down to long on, but New Zealand have their field well set. Adil Samani's down there, good placement for your best fielder. He rushes around to keep it to 1. Well, that's a big hit. Is it gone for 6? No, it's, in fact, it won't even go for 4. It's fielded inside the boundary by Adrian Dale, who sidearms it back in, hurls it back like a discus thrower. It's that long boundary out there that we talked about. I think you will have seen that. Fielding. That was something funny. Okay, he goes straight down. Oh no. Straight down to long off. It's gone through Mike Harrow for 4. Poor piece of fielding, Mike Harrow. It wasn't terribly difficult. It was a fairly straightforward bounce for him. Maybe he was thinking about the throw in before he touched the ball, and it went through his hands for 4. So more sloppy fielding from New Zealand. Bowled him this time. Well done, Dave Goldingham. He can barely bring himself to a smile, but he's got a big wicket. William Lashley having a huge heave at that one. It was full and straight, took off the off bail, leg bail remains on, and a good reward for Dave Goldingham. He's bowled pretty well today, conceded a few runs in this over, but he bowled right up in the block hole. And the West Indies lose their 7th wicket. That's the end of the Goldingham over. Interesting, just looking at William Lashley's shirt as he walked off, they've spelt his own name wrong on the back of his shirt. They've written Leshley instead of Lashley. Anyway, that's an issue for another day. Zaman Aman is the new batsman. The captain of the West Indies. We'll see him with ball in hand later. He's a very good slow left arm bowler. So the West Indies did bring up the 200 in that over. Sorry for not acknowledging it. 202 for 7 they are now. Kelvin Scott has the ball in hand and has 5 overs left, so he's got plenty of time to bowl out if his captain Adrian Dale decides to entrust him with that duty. He will bowl the 42nd over. He could bowl the 44th as well. He's 1 for 28 from 4. He was taken to a bit by Danny Ram. That's poor fielding by New Zealand. The throw in wasn't great, but Kelvin Scott should have made a better effort to field. He should have known that the backing up might not have been right there, as in fact it wasn't. He just let it go basically, and an overthrow is taken. This one's straight down the ground. It'll take some stopping. No, good effort by Colin Owens. Tried to whack it back inside the field of play. Couldn't quite do so. 4 runs. Nice straight hit. Delroy Morgan. Up to 85 now. Great innings from the Jamaican. Armin goes through the covers, or to the covers. They'll take two as Andrew Nuttall fields with his foot and just kicks it away and then has to go chase after it. Goes leg side this time. Work for Andrew Hoare to do, which he does, and they only get one. It's got that powerful underarm return. It's like a softball pitch, and it comes back as quickly as most people's overarm throws. So 10 off that over. Good one for the West Indies. Delroy Morgan just 14 runs away from a maiden international century. He's currently halfway to the boundary, standing next to the umpire because his runner is doing his running for him. That's Anthony Sahadeo standing at the non-striker's end. Captain Zaman Armin is on strike. Facing Dave Goldingham for the 43rd over. Hits straight down the ground. Call is 2-2-2, and they make it. Goldingham again going for that full delivery. Misses out that time, goes for a big, expensive drive, no contact. So the multiple wicket takers for New Zealand: Andrew Nuttall 3 for 21 from 9, Mike Harrow 2 for 42 from 9. That's a big shot, it's gone in the air, it's down to Adil Samani. Has he taken the catch? What's happened there? I think he has. He's very, very casually done. It sort of went behind him, but it was just the way that he took the catch. He is an excellent fielder, so I expect him to take the catch, and in fact he has. So well done. Must have been very close to the boundary. We'll just watch it on the replay there. Yep, took it. Oh, and the momentum nearly took him over the rope there. I think that's what the issue was. He just had to pull himself back in. He was right up against the line there. So very good catch taken by Samani, a vital one. The 8th wicket for New Zealand. The West Indies captain Zaman Amin. Zamin Amin. He's gone for 5, I think. Goldingham gets into that multiple wicket takers category. 2 for 34 he has now. And batting at number 10 for the West Indies, Farid Hossain. Leg spinner. We'll see him with the ball later. He's a good record with the ball. He's taken 22 wickets before this tournament at 26. Can also bat, averages 18.5 from his 18 matches with a highest score of 44. Is off the mark straight away. So that was Delroy Morgan. No, it wasn't. Can Delroy Morgan reach his 100? He's on 86. 14 runs required. He's got 2.5 overs to do that, but perhaps more importantly, just 2 more wickets to bat with. Here he is here facing Goldingham, and again with that lovely whip of the bat, whacks it down to mid-on. Successful over for Dave Goldingham, well bowled actually, just the 4 runs off it and the wicket. So with 2 overs to go, West Indies will definitely be in that window that I opened for them earlier, 220 and 240. Kelvin Scott, 1 for 38 from his 5 overs, just about to bowl to Delroy Morgan on 86. Drives beautifully up to Andrew Nuttall at extra cover, just for a single. A lot of left-handers in the West Indies lineup, probably 5 of them I think. Here's one of them, that's Fareed Hussain, who picks up a leg bye for his team. No, it's a run. Okay. No, it's a leg bye. Morgan again, that lovely off drive of his, very sweet to watch, and again to Andrew Nuttall, and again to single. Wristily played by Fareed Hussain out to square leg. They come back for the second, chance of a run out, given. So the umpire, standing a long way back, agrees that that was run out. Excellent work from, who was that on the boundary there? Adrian Dale it might have been, riding the boundary again. Yes, it was. It was quite an adventurous attempt at 2 runs, and he was probably about half a metre short in the end, Fareed Hussain. But that's what happens in these late stages. The 9th wicket. West Indies perhaps in danger of being bowled out here. Delroy Morgan on 89, just 11 short of what would be a fantastic century for him. Coming in at number 11 is another little guy,
Nice and straight.
short of stature, Basil Passard. Facing Kelvin Scott. He's off the mark straight away. One more for Delroy Morgan, takes him into the 90s, and he'll have 1 over left to try and bring up that century. I wonder if he knows what he's on. New Zealand will have 1 over left to try and bowl out the West Indies, or at least restrict them. Goes over extra cover, but it's straight to Andrew Hoare. Just the one. So unless Delroy Morgan can find the boundary, he's going to be stuck in the 90s. Let's see what happens. Basil Passard on strike now. Shortest man on the field, facing probably the tallest, Dave Goldingham. Hits him down to long on. The call is 2-2-2-2-2, but they settle on 1-1-1, which gives Morgan another opportunity. Been a good spell from Dave Goldingham. He was clearly nervous in his first couple of games, but he's got it right today. 2 for 37. Bowls full again. Good bit of fielding, really good by Robbie Frew. He committed to that dive. He made sure it wasn't getting past him. It was really eager fielding. If it had got past him, it would have been 4 at short third man. Full again, full toss in fact, hit down the ground to long off. I think about 2, but it's just 1. Mike Harrow does well this time. He's not always been good in the field today, Harrow, but on that occasion he was. Beautiful shot for 4. Again peppering that extra cover boundary. Such a fluent, sweet swing of the bat. Delroy Morgan up to 96 now. He's got 1 ball left to try and bring up his century. He needs to hit this for 4 to get himself to a century, to get his team up to, well, they're already 230, but this will be a wonderful century if he can get it. He's played so well. He goes over the head of Richard Petrie for 4, brings up a century. Amazing stuff from Delroy Morgan. All three batsmen raised their arms together, the runner, the non-striker and Delroy. Excellent innings. Congratulations, Delroy Morgan, hitting consecutive boundaries to bring up 100 in the final over off the final ball. Outstanding from the Jamaican number, what number did he bat? Number 4 today for the West Indies. Despite being injured, that last ball just slicing it over the head of Richard Petrie at backward point. Really well batted. Well done, sir. Getting a much deserved round of applause from his teammates as he walks off. But it's not all about Delroy. West Indies 234 for 9. 45 overs, that's a little over 5 and over. I don't have the exact figures here, we'll work that out later. So Delroy Morgan top scored 100 not out off 92 balls. Narayan Badesi 41 off 67. Those Sunil Daniram 26 off 28, he looked good as well. Best bowling for New Zealand, Andrew Nuttall 3 for 21 from 9. Mike Harrow 2 for 42 from 9, bowled well early. Dave Goldingham came back well, 2 for 48 from 8. So we now have about 40-45 minutes for lunch, after which we will come back with New Zealand having an excellent run chase in store. They'll need 235. Join us in. Okay, the New Zealand run chase, just about to get going. Sunshine at Redham House School.
No, I can't see. Wait, what is one?
New Zealand looking for 235 to win this game. And I think it's going to be a diet of spin that the New Zealand batsmen will have to contend with. I expect it's going to be all spin from West Indies today. They have 5 good spinners in their lineup, and Sunil Danaram is one of them. Sorry. Andrew Hoare on strike for New Zealand. Goes huge early doors, slog sweep for 6 into the school. What a clean hit that is. First over, big statement laid down by Andrew Hoare. Whacking that into the marquees. Great shot to get things going for New Zealand. So it's a bit of a stop-start tournament for Andrew Hoare so far. He scored a century in the first round against Zimbabwe, and then he's thrown his wicket away in the other 2 bats that he's had. So he'll really be looking to knuckle down and get another big one today. He started well, 6 off the first over. Earlier, West Indies scored 234 from their 45 overs. The highlight was a magnificent century to Delroy Morgan. The Jamaican right-hander brought up his 100 with the last available ball of the innings. Needed 8 off 2 to achieve that feat, and he did just that, hitting the last 2 balls for 4. We are going to see some medium pace by the looks of things. Basil Persad is going to bowl from the commentary end. So Richard Petrie will face up to Basil Persad. As I mentioned earlier, he hasn't really got going in this tournament. Petrie had a duck in the first game, didn't play the second one, and then scored just 3 against Australia. He did get a fantastic delivery from James Morris yesterday. Here's Persad. And Petrie just lets it sail through to the keeper. Keeper should be Anthony Sahadeo, indeed it is. Shout for LBW. Ooh, that looked pretty close. It's gone away for a leg bye, 2 leg byes actually. Petrie comes back. That didn't look like a bad shout at all. He's a short bowler, Persad, and certainly wouldn't have wouldn't have been going over the stumps. Let's have a look at that one. Wide of the crease, or maybe just missing off stump. Swinging away. That's cut away by Richard Petrie into the boundary for 4. When he hits it, they stay hit, and that's what he's done on that occasion. A little bit short from Passard. Richard Petrie staying leg side of the ball, just cutting it away to the boundary. So a boundary for each of the 2 openers, 1 a 6 to Hoare. Oh, that's edged. It's going to go down to the boundary for 4 more. So losing his shape slightly, Petrie, trying to flay it through the offside. Got an edge, but it went way too fast for the keeper to have a chance. Consecutive boundaries for New Zealand. These 2 batsmen opened the batting for New Zealand 3 years ago against the same team, West Indies. That was at Rondebosch Cricket Club. Looks like he is getting some swing, Passard, with the new ball, away from the right-hander. Just the one aggressive shot from Andrew Hoare so far, that big 6. The rest of the time he's been watchful. Oh yeah, cool. Thank you. It was a good over from Daniram, 1 coming off it. 23 without loss, New Zealand. 5 overs down. Richard Petrie 15, Andrew Hoare on 8. Still Basil Prasad going to bowl. He's bowled
You look like Benny Football.
He's bowled 2 overs, so this will be his 3rd. Steady start for New Zealand, just under 5 and over. Most of the runs coming in boundaries, 2 4s and a 6.
playing the current 18 and we were told to come in. No sleeping. Hey, who told you that? Who told you that? Yolanda. Which Yolanda? You don't know Yolanda? Hey, you only listen to Nuran. No, I'm not speaking for you guys. I never listen to what you guys say. No, I was the type. No, it's Yolanda. We talk about what you told them. Yes, I mean, they kill him. You said you don't see the bowl. Jou gaat ons pleit op mee. Oh. This thing is easy, bro. We went to food for the past over. We could have went a day over the weekend. And I don't know why they keep having meetings in between over. How is that nice?
Hold on. 3 out, 4 out. 1, 2, 3. I got come in. One down. Better know than before. Good work. Good now. Sorry.
Only harde alcohol.
Thank you! Come on, you can't do 3-to-1 ratios anymore. 3-to-1 ratios is bad for us.
Whatever that's in. Please verify. Looks genuine. Yeah. People you know you're went the next day, but still you purchased it too. Everyone. Look, behind. God, that's everyone. I was learning there. This is not my life.
This is not my life. Even now, like I asked Mrs. Southern now, it's not the same. I don't want to go out the night before I have to spend the whole day and contact lots of people.
You will hate yourself that morning. Wow.
Because I know how I am with the double life. It's not good. Seriously, I can't function.
Where
I
can
become
end is
stupid. I go really, I feel breathless about that.
Tayo ikakaplastic, ay nag-text raw rin of Ivan.
Quality control sheet that volgens die restrictie as iemand babbelend is gedacht. Omdat hij babbelend is.
En ons is saamgevat in het school van ons allemaal van ik ga het nu altijd kwetsjes. Nee, dat bleef op terug naar
Niet alleen, dus eigenlijk de prijs wat ik het van weer, maar ik weet niet dat je het niet meer
Dansa euch am Film. Outfield. Dansa euch am Film und die Bau da.
Everyone is not a fan of Beyonce, eh?
Yeah, I don't think they'll give the opportunity. Gimana tuh kita tahu?
The thing is, Beyonce is cheeky. Oh,
She's not cheeky, say player hair, but you're like a play player, no.
Beyonce is cheeky.
We have two tours, the under 19, well, and the tour of the
Beyonce is scared of it. The thing is, Beyonce is rude, like rude. But you need to do something to her to see that side of you.
She comes from rival schools, so I know she's not, because she can't let the encourage her at all. But Beyonce can do it because she's always sweet and kind.
Because you haven't done anything to her. Do something to be. Oh!
It's still for Beyonce Baya. But you see now, here you are. If allow me, that also not to do it, also can say more or less what it is. If the reason, if I go to do it, so if I allow that they feel better and I know you can't always feel better. Say what you have to say. Okay, what can I say? This one. Or the real one. The kind of from an embarrassment. And I think when you can sit with all one
Shandapur thing.
I kind of think players, I think it's really fair. It's like if you have a drink that you're welcome to stay, if I mean, it's allowed and done. And you can say, but it's nothing else to do with it.
Those Rian always is a bottle of wine with a. Oh. She doesn't mess around with it.
Well, no, we went on tour to London for 3 years. I told her, we were for 2 years. So, we got it restriction because in fact we have problem storage, because of problem storage, we have a secondary so we were not but Leanne doesn't like or feel comfortable with black and what a hope, I don't know. Yes, also from East London. So East London is welcome on it. So me, I love everyone. This ground, all this morning I went to the lady and I told her, I am so sorry for what you heard yesterday. I apologize to you. Following night, she wanted to go out with me. I told her, please pack your things and move out of my room. I'm glad you made for them. What is the social education?
According to the scoreboard, it's 11 and 31.
Out of my room, I don't want my space. The run embarrassed me. He embarrassed us as a team, and it's only the Well, dit is ons kan haar partijtje verlaten. Want the closing function, it is enough class, it is op die tables and on the bar.
Oh, yeah, no, sorry.
thing with overtime. Okay, shit. If I help with your way, please never win. Because you understand. You're not playing overtime, but you want to be done. It's been 4 hours before the game starts. And you're feeling overtime. After we could leave, then when it was so it was lost, young people, then we were that is one of the things.
Maar weet jy hoe ry daar ou? Elke dag, sy eie petrol, sy eie aircon, sy eie data. Wat hy stream, stoor op sy foon se data. Hy het alles gegee.
En then how many extras does he have? Info this, info that, info click this.
Hy vra hoe sy span, alles doen. En hy sê nie, dankie nie, hy don't have 10-7. Elke dag.
That is me in that.
Wow, nice. Jou dankie is nie daarom hoog vir 'n werk.
It's elke jaar for the 4 years. This is just for
Jim's like a super break now. There's not a lot of people around. Yeah. He sees it on his yeah.
But it's only for that feeling of your life, like there.
It's like a mini product.
Good afternoon.
Want to see around
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Not my day, isn't it? Two wedges.
We never say anything.
Huh?
We never say anything.
How many edges do people got? Afternoon.
Keep calling, right? Keep calling.
You need to get the opportunities on how to get these easy.
Yeah.
Put them under pressure.
That's always done.
It's great to get them up there, and then it's great to give them a nap.
The ball is kicking loud, so if you hold chance to come,
Eventually you'll get it.
exactly.
Stop. You got close. Got a problem, mate.
Motivational speaker. So you
Wow.
think this is the first run?
No, we've done this before.
Oh,
Yeah. No, it's just for this.
Come on, guys.
Usually we do just
Pull
have
back,
the
guys.
tap
Pull back.
But now we capturing a little bit more of what's happening on the field. And
now it's like the win. Way to move it like that, right? Go through. think because I'll be sitting and watching them. Those days are over. This year, the problem is the broken is short. You can't have short to someone that is can see very strong shoulders. That's bloody. So I think delicately strong, finish them, go off.
Come back. Just come back, Louis. Oh! Let's go. Let's go.
Come on, let's leave.
Hey!
Let's go.
Hey!
Let's finish, buddy.
That's why you the dog. Die commentator is nog met maandag de wedstrijden en hij vooral op de Voorland en sy begin boerhard laag want sy wil het ook en sy sê toe hy is ernstig en hy vraag weer is dit in Voorland en sy probeer die altyd sy Voorland is dit in Voorland
Oh, they on Monday.
Voorland, ja.
We have all below the facing. Go, breathe out. Go. Why not put us at Why not put us at artist A? Artist B? I want photography. I'm gonna wake up and throw names around you.
Send me the list. I told him this is where I want to be. Exactly. You sound so close to it.
Kom nou Sandepol, kom nou Sandepol. What is going on? Come New Zealand. Telling to go flat on the off.
Come on, yeah.
Foolish lamb, flat. Plus 40 dumb. Getting there.
Like that, brother.
What is this? Is the leggy?
That's like ball, maybe.
Nothing on leg.
That's not good.
Nothing on leg. I was expecting there. Yeah, you see, especially for this guy. That's it.
That's why I love her. I thought you know, yeah.
Did I sign the phone? Om Shandi. No, this guy is a Mexican. I've been the last week.
Jack, we call me.
Easy on the leg, on the thing of leg. It gets to be worth it somehow financially. True. I think that's the 3 days.
Yeah, it doesn't have the skill to do the work, but it's doing good, government job.
Everything guys? Everyone alright? Good. When I get around to go to America, you understand? America. Now the chilling with the brown James there. Where? In the darkness.
Water? No, catches. You got one? Got some? Any catches there?
I'm not right here. They're outside.
None over here anytime.
Yeah. I hope they come our way. I want to be just. Huh? I'm not waiting. Hey, I wouldn't wait for you guys for me. But if within you, then where? Dubai. I don't mind if you stay there for 2 years, come back, convert to South African rand, and
Sorry.
man, eh?
Sorry.
Ring is divided into a commune that all of the South Africans were going through, going to stay in, and it's about 5 people. Everyone pays the rent, and it ends up being like 3,000 rand less per month. So, we're going to go there for 5 years.
I want to know the ice cream that's important. What ice cream?
Dollars. Man, rands are nothing against dollars.
So how much is an ice cream then?
They pay us, they pay us $15 an hour, right? That's about 270 rand.
Not kind of good.
Man, I start 11 o'clock in the morning. Okay, I work until like 9 o'clock. But you want the night, so you don't two buses are mine. Yes, the other two.
Once I get approved for a bond, get this like put tenant in, whatever rent they pay, they get the house. While I continue doing my stuff.
If you go and you do the calculation, if you put down a 20% deposit on any flat, just work out that it's 20% deposit, then maybe an interest and stuff doesn't affect you anyway. This tenant pays all of that. But you have to put down a 20% deposit. Otherwise, you pay out of your pocket maintenance, pay out of your pocket.
That's why it's
For me,
easy to buy.
people, my first property, I still care. Wow. So I bought the house in all of it. The second house, you get 10 deposit of the physical diameter, open a business account, start a business plan, open it.
I just got a few frustrations. So I can understand. So that I frustration every night.
There's something.
Another tip, I learned this in this step where I don't know if you read that book. But
Jerry
it
Campbell.
says what you do is you do exactly what you just said. Then you spend first. Then you pay tax. So you get in. So let's say this business brings in 30,000 a month. Then you spend on business transactions, and then the less amount that is being taxed. And then you don't get that. So you avoid tax for that. You can pay out pension, medical aid, whatever, business transactions. That's actually for you.
Ik heb sorry, a second business. I want the house.
Thought we had a fine line.
Come on, Leslie, lad, come on.
No, we are.
I reckon you should, eh?
Jim should.
Do your best. It's fun.
No. I don't want to.
Go on, Peaches.
So once a month, I have got a property. It's under my business name, and then I have another business name. So I have 2 lawyers, I have cases, you know. That's
Tell them, baby. Tell them.
The thing is, like, you can't do it without that technique in the game, because government is the rule. They say, when you do it. If you don't make a plan to survive, you're not gonna.
But he can't run away from it.
Especially on a
He can't run away from it. Either way, they're going to extract it from him.
I'm responsible for our lifestyle.
For the plan.
So,
Honestly, I feel like,
yeah.
province do they hear about it?
It's illegal. It's illegal. And it's lawyers advise you to the facility. That's how you know why I am at UW. Look at my income.
Who's your lawyer?
Chairperson and friend. Yes, I made that a job working at a big firm in this town. What's his name? But he's so Serafina. I don't. I always go there. They don't pay federalism.
They don't say that. All they do is vote. And if it's changing, they just say, oh,
Then the Ericsson place that all the companies now with my husband out in Women said last year about October. They had no money, do some province tournament. Sponsored by EFTA, you can come out, this is how you really have nothing. Province only give you, yeah, say a city tournament. And then for state. They have X amount. So if your company owns 5 then to avoid tax, you do not provide. You sponsor Aramuda. Yes. So when you donate. So then from that 5 then, the tax will come. The tax is 13% on my favor. So if you donate 13 or 12% of your income, then you pay it. Then you claim your all that expenses with your annual Valentine Maatman annual business.
Well, she's helping you to love yourself.
Yes.
and the thing is, like, it's not to talk about it. It's just
Go being
it's called being in the club with how we spend it.
So my father really doesn't like donating as if they
Do you
care.
know UWC and not they call him Papa?
Nick,
No, not Nick is not a man.
but yes, money.
No, no. Oh, multi-millionaire is not a man. Did you go to the very big place now in Fib in the Sullivan? All the old white money that sponsored UWC, they come together, all the sponsors, and then you have a new cricket with the young players, the best players. Federani Emmanuel Federani was our shop. This is the area. So the Rani and his mother walked from Gandhi to South Africa.
These things.
Yeah. Yeah. So he was some sort of determination. Go epic. Go
Oh,
epic.
yeah, no.
These are the type of people. Yes? Shelter, food, clothing, education. What? What does this mean, Alice?
All that white money was coming into that thing.
Craft, that is called craft. Craft is donate to all every month.
Whoever said it.
Yeah.
No, why do we get...
Yeah.
I'm always wondering, how are they able to sustain this program for so long while paying these people so much?
And we call it craft day when we go to what was the place? Public,
Yeah. Yeah. What is happening now? But, hey,
you must open your eyes to see.
hey, yeah, I
You're
always...
doing it wrong.
Can I say something? I might get a lot of but if you want to be honest in a country that's not you're gonna lose. You're gonna, and I know we should try and do the right thing. And I try, right, and I really do, but sometimes it's just, you're gonna fall into poverty if you do not pick up.
Oh, don't play the game. Don't hate the game.
Don't hate the game.
Don't hate the play, hate the game.
Ja, wat waar. En of course, ja, I don't know. When you get to I don't know. But I will,
But there's a
I will figure out how can I
all
Make the
my
most.
friends, all my friends, as Barca, oh, they are better than me.
What are you looking at?
In their professional life, they are all better at what I am. So it's lawyers. And what that really shows me that don't surround yourself with people that understand you. You will get nowhere. Yeah, that's why I'm very much in love with my husband. He opened my mind to my thinking of my daily circumstances. So just double check if it is. That's what I like. You are
It is always...
Hey. As soon as I move out of the relationship, I'm fine.
cost you 300 a year. So you need GST, don't pay anything.
And then my kid goes to varsity, not knowing what a laptop is, not knowing what robotics is, not knowing she can't compete with kids that come from private school. Fun to education.
Cheap education.
Exactly my point. We fought for equal rights and then we end up in fun to education. How's that? It's very much up. So me, I decided to have the choice, right?
Oh,
Why did you know that was a goal? No, there's no that was my next thing I actually want to be at 5 in Thailand. I don't know the brother is on the name. I want to work with the school.
you're working at home.
I'm gonna book more than I think I'm tired.
Oh, yeah,
Oh, I was laughing this morning so big, you know? Oh, yeah, oh, yeah, I would really yellow conversation.
Finally got one.
Is it? Lovely when it's keep working, maybe?
Tell me about between the and I dig what you said. Listen, take all these other people out of it. No catching, don't worry about them, right?
Yeah, you do it yourself.
Me and Pat.
Easy. Keep it simple. Just try to do it.
I set him up there. I turn two, look slow, and then go straight. Left the square leg open, so it's literally stupid.
I am into this.
Oh, yeah, right.
Behavior, man.
Stop! Stop! How's the spring going? How's the spring going? How many hours have I got? That's it. Open in, bowler.
I say it again. Again.
Come on, dude.
Sleep doesn't like give you those vouchers anymore. I made it so I left it. I stopped working when I tried to start the theory. So I stepped down.
But then it's your own fault. You can't sit down and expect